Hello, hello. Welcome everyone. This is Sagar Shah welcoming you to the live stream, which is a big one today. Let me first make myself comfortable on the stream. We have Hari Krishna right now fighting it out against Francesco Vallejo Pons. And guys, big news, it's raining in Mumbai. First rains in the city here. And it's raining chess on our channel. How are you guys doing? A big warm welcome to everyone in the chat. I hope all is well. Second, let me just make sure I can read the Namaste. So, what we are going to do is we are going to review the games of Vidit and Harikrishna. Vidit's game ended in a draw already. Can you believe that? And not just, I mean, he didn't use even a single minute of his time. That is the big thing. And Harikrishna right now fighting it out against Vallejo Pons. We are going to have the game of Viswanathan today later. Just showing you that I have it all ready here. Viswanathan versus Shakriyar Mamedyarov taking place later today. And right now, let's first have a look at the game of Vidit. And why is it? Amruta, why is everyone saying happy birthday, Amruta? Guys, what is happy birthday, Amruta? Why is happy birthday, Amruta going on? Scam tha. All scams, huh? Full chat is scamming right now. Let me first take you to the game. And let me see if I have it here between Vidit. Yeah. So this is the game of Vidit Gujrathi. I'm going to, this already ended in a draw. But I just want to show you the moves that happened in that game. You can also get the third camera here, which is of Harikrishna, so that we can follow his games. Yeah. So here is Hari. So, first let's have a look at what Vidit did against Anton Guyaro. Okay. So the game started off with e4 by Anton. Vidit responded with e5. Knight went to f3. Knight went to f6. So all pretty decent. And I just also want to make sure that I have one board open here, so that I can show you if this has happened before or not. Yeah. So yeah, here I can get a board. All good. This is yesterday's game between Vidit and Hari. Here is a board. Guys, all of my analysis happens always on ChessBase, so I'm all the time working on it. So e4, e5, knight f3, knight f6. This happened in Vidit's game. And then knight takes on e5. No, he played d4, sorry. Knight takes e4 happened. There are 16,000 games. D takes e5. And now, here the main move. By the way, the main move here is bishop d3 with 13,000 games. But he played d takes e5, which has 1500 games only. And with it now, attacked the f2 pawn with bishop c5. Okay. Yeah, there are too many tabs to control today, so I'm just getting a bit confused, but I think I will be able to manage once we are set. And also the thing is that some game like on Lichess, these games are not coming up, and it's not so I have to make the moves on my own and all of it. Okay, so bishop c5 was played here in this position, and this has been played in this has been played in how many games, guys? 228 games. And then Anton goes bishop c4, which has been played in 96 games only. Yeah, I know Vidit drew, but I'm just trying to show you some of the complications that happened. So now he took knight takes f2. Okay, he took on f2, and then came the move bishop takes f7 check. Bishop takes f7 check. King takes on f7 check. I mean, he took. Okay, the question is, can we go king f8 here? Is it possible? It has been played before. It has been played before, and the move is queen to d5 in this position, attacking the bishop on c5. And I think most likely it will transpose, like after takes, there's this additional move, bishop h5, queen e7, bishop g5. This looks scary, very scary. Check, king e2, queen e6, knight c3. What a crazy line, no? And we can check with the engine what is the evaluation of this position. White is better. White is clearly better, 1.4. So this is not recommended, guys. This way of playing is not recommended. King f8. So Vidit took king takes f7. This has been played 47 games. Yeah, very similar to Traxler. And then queen d5 check. And now Vidit had an option to go to e8 or to g6. It's an important point where to go with your king. Vidit went to g6 in the position. But if he went to e8, I think his king is much worse placed here. And there is an additional move, bishop g5, which can be played over here. So bishop g5, bishop e7, you take, I take, and king takes f2. And here white has a good result. Here there is a game played before. So instead of this, queen d5, king g6 was played, and then he took queen takes c5, knight takes h1 has been played. And then how did Vidit's game continue? Here in this position, he played knight to c3. I'm just seeing if Vidit had to actually play any move. He had to think on his own, or I think Vidit went at 6, 32 games played already. His opponent next went queen c4, 24 games. Knight c6 played by Vidit. This is 4 games. It's already Nepo versus Aronian. Knight c6, and then knight d5 was played, and once again Vidit played d6 instantly in the game. Knight f4, check, king h7, check, king g8, check, king h7, and already this game is analyzed in the mega database at the Skilling Open. all of this has been analyzed to a draw. So actually guys, a very, very successful, you see d6 was a novelty that was played by Nepo here. And I think Vidit knew it all. He ended up with more time than what he began. So this was a draw without having to sweat out even a bit. I would say he didn't have to sweat it today, but he did sweat in his preparation, and he remembered his prep, which is important at top level chess. And with this, he got the half point because here they repeated the moves like this. This was already Nepo versus Aronian, and we have one more game added to it. Very interesting, right, guys? Let's go to the game between Harikrishna and Vallejo pawns here. Yeah, we have Harikrishna there thinking for his move against Vallejo. With its opponent was Anton Guijarro. So let's look at how the game between Harikrishna and Vallejo pawns went. So it was e4. Harikrishna is black. So let me flip the board. e4, e5. Knight f3, knight c6. Bishop to c4. Guys, what is the name of this opening that was played? Also, let me have the live board on the side if I can. Yeah, there we have the game on the side. Italian is right, absolutely. Anand's game will start in 10 minutes from now. So bishop c4. Harikrishna went bishop to c5 here. He played his bishop to c5. And then came d3. Knight f6. Castles. And he put his pawn on d6. So very steady play, very well known stuff already that has happened. And after d6 came the move c3. And here Hari played the move a5. And this is inspired by someone. Do you remember who played this? Who was the one who played it recently? Yes, Radjabov. Ajay Parwani, you are right. Pranay Akula. Very good. A5 was played by Radjabov against Anand. So A5, rook e1, bishop a7 by Harikrishna, knight a3, maybe aiming to come here to b5, h6, stopping bishop g5 ideas before he castles, knight to b5, bishop b6, bishop e3, bishop takes e3, rook takes e3, and now Hari castled here. White went a4, And black went and pinned the knight with bishop g4. h3 was played and Hari put his bishop on h5. This is always a very risky place to put your bishop because sometimes it can get really out of game. So bishop h5, bishop went back to a2, king h8, and here came the move queen c2. And now Harikrishna plays the move bishop to g6. And with this, we have the live position on the board right now that we are looking at. Sorry, this is the one. And what are your thoughts, guys? What do you feel is happening here? Who is better according to you? And you can also look at the time that he's already made his move or what? Bishop g6 is the last move, right? White's time. Oh, okay. Vallejo's pawn, Vallejo's time is going here. So this is Hari's time. Because I flipped the board, right? So okay. White is slightly better, says Pranay. Hello, Soham. Shekhar George says, I reached 1060. Congratulations, Shekhar. Today's second last round, Sumit, of Anand. It will start in 6 minutes. I think white is better as he has more space, says Arav, and also the bishop is good. Possible. But imagine that I play a move like I can't go d4 as white because e4 would get really weak also on this diagonal. So let's say I put my rook back on d1. What is a typical move in such positions for black? What is a very typical idea? It's also an aggressive idea. d5, Zendilnathan, I'm not sure if we want to go so soon. But yeah, I understand d5. First of all, take, queen takes, knight c7 might be dangerous. Yes, Abhimanyu Parashar, I like your move very much. Let me see in the chat chess moves. What are the moves that you all are coming at? Guys, f5 कैसे आएगा? Knight है ना यहाँ पे. So knight h5 is what I really would love to play in such a position. Knight h5 by Abhimanyu, Techopedia, Himanshu B and Murtuza Bhatia. Knight h5. With this, my knight wants to come to f4. And also, I'm preparing the move f5. This could become quite a dangerous position. So, going back to the board, Vallejo Pawns is thinking what needs to be done. What about playing d5 in future, Sendilnathan? But Sendilnathan, with this knight sitting on b5, I think getting d5 might be difficult and there is always pressure on the c7 point. So knight h5 is what I want to do. But also, what would white be thinking here? Let's say if I go d4, ed, cd. And guys, what is a winning move here for black? Black to play. Come on, I'm trying to just push you a bit to think here. What should black play in this position? Knight b4, not a bad move, but there is something stronger. Tactics, tactics. Yep. The move that I was actually looking for is not knight b4, although it looks pretty good and it's not at all a bad move. But the move is knight takes e4. And this right move has been given by Pranay, Suraj, Ajay, Surya, Balanced, Anshul, Dibin, Shriyana, Arav, and Peri Pratham. Because after rook takes e4, I want you to find the next move as well. Black to play. Come on, guys. Let's go, let's go, let's go. You need to find this move. Vamsi Chadda, Aravind Chess. Very nice, very nice. Amit Bhuvan, Pushkar Gupta, Peri Pratham, Sakar Chess Ambarnath, Anshul Nanwani, Sinjini, Naishal, Pranay Akula, and Surya Thangavel. D5, and this rook is pinned to the queen, and black has won here. So the d4 move is not possible to be played here. It cannot be done. We can see here Harikrishna, as always, very cool, calm, and collected. One gets the feeling that this might well be his tournament, here. He might do really well in this tournament. And some move has been played, it seems. Aha, rook d1 has been played. Vallejo Pons has brought his rook to d1, which is a logical move, building up. So he's brought his rook in the center. And now, what should Harikrishna play? Prakhar says won't going f5 weaken the king's diagonal because bishop is eyeing that diagonal. True, Prakhar. It's a dangerous move. You have to be careful when you play it, but at the right time would be correct. So rook d1 has happened on the board, and I have a feeling that Harikrishna might just play a steady move here. And what are the steady options? Knight e7, Deven Tiwari, I like this board, move. Knight e7, just preparing c6 to kick this knight away. Arvind Chess also wants to play knight e7. Arav wants to play knight d7. Arav, knight, the moment this knight moves, I have a feeling that d4 would be a very strong idea. And so this is not something that you want. I don't think this is a good move. Yeah, knight e7 is correct, and the other option is, I think, queen d7. Just putting the queen on a good square, and well, next move maybe I could do like rook e8, knight d8, knight e6, c6, and instead of putting the knight on e7, I am going it this way with my knight. Okay, I guess we can also shift our attention for a bit to Norway chess as well, of course, where Vishy Anand is playing against. Let me get the live board here as well. There are a lot of live boards to handle. But guys, इतने सालों की ट्रेनिंग कभी ना कभी तो काम आएगी. Yeah, Anand is white against Mamedyarov. Still Radjabov. Okay, cool. I'll just fix this one as well. Oh, e4, e5 on the board. Knight f3 by Vishy Anand. The game has begun. E4, e5, knight f3. And what is... Oh, Mamedyarov goes for Petrov. Petrov on the board. मजा ही आएगा आज तो. Guys, what do you think will Vishy do? What is the standing of Vishy? एक minute. Let me see if I have that prepared. Am I prepared? Yes, I am. Carlsen 13 and half. Vishy 13. Mamedyarov 11 and half. MVL 11. Wesley So 10. Aryan Tari 8 and half. Anish Giri 8. So if Vishy wins today and Magnus, who is facing... Who is Magnus's opponent today? MVL. Oh, tough opponent for Magnus. Not easy, not easy. मजा ही आएगा, मजा ही आएगा. Let's go. So, knight f3, knight f6, and Vishy now chops off the pawn on e5. Knight takes on e5 has been played. Mamedyarov will go d6, of course. Or is he going to go for knight c6, Stafford? No. He goes d6. Like, okay. Let's be cool about these things. No need to be. Vishy goes back, knight to f3, and now Mamedyarov goes and chops this pawn off. Aha, top 4 players fighting each other today, gaming times. That's such a nice observation. Very cool. Guys, आज अपना aim है, ठीक है? Today our aim is to reach 921k. We are at 920. So, and my question to all of you is, will Vishy now play d4 here, or will he play knight to c3? What do you think? What is the move that Vishy Anand will play? Vishy likes the Petrov a lot. d4 says Hydra, Deven, Dibin. You know, there was a point where Anand used to play knight c3 a lot. He's the one actually who's made this line kind of popular. And then you put your bishop on e3, queen d2, and long castle. It's a very aggressive system, but also it has been worked out quite a bit. Oh, Vishy goes for something completely... I mean, this is very interesting. He goes for bishop d3. Wow. Okay, this is very, very cool. Let me just see how many times this has been played on our ChessBase 16 board. We have it open here. e4, e5, knight f3, knight f6, knight takes e5, d6, knight f3, knight takes e4, and in this position has been played 67,000 times, out of which bishop d3 has played only 1100 times. And the players who have played it recently of late are Mamadova, but Karthikeyan Murli has played it. Where did Karthikeyan play? Rapid Championship in Nashik. Ooh. Okay. Bishop d3. I think the question to be asked there is that if I go back with my knight here, what is the point of putting the bishop on d3? Because doesn't it block the pawn? So let me just put the move here. Like, I don't know what Mamedyarov has played. He's thinking for his move. He hasn't played it yet, which is kind of logical because this move would have come as a surprise. So let's say knight f6 and you castle and I play bishop e7. Now, the question to ask is, isn't the bishop on c1. Slightly unhappy. Isn't the bishop saying, where do I develop? You wanted c3, bishop c2, but I think what will happen, guys, here is that he will play d3. Yes, Amit Bhuvan, exactly. Ujjan Bhattacharya. b3, exactly, Rahul Gosal. If we talk to the bishop will be like, hey, yaar, there's no way to make any progress in life. This bishop is right now just not letting me develop. He asked d pawn, can you move? He's like, no, bishop on d3 can't move. The bishop on d3 doesn't want to move at all because it sat there and on the first place. So maybe b3 is a very possible idea to put the bishop here. Mamedyarov goes knight f6. This has happened on the board. Knight f6 on the board. Vichy was castled as well. Bishop e7 on the board. Wow, we are guessing all the moves. Akash Parthasarthi says those two bishops would be very strong if kingside castles. Yes, that is true. That is true. If black castles kingside, then the bishop here on this diagonal and this bishop on this diagonal could make it quite a dangerous one. Now this is a key moment actually for Anand. But let's also check our chess base 16 board and try to see what move has been played in this position before. So castles, bishop e7, this has been played before. c3 has been played a lot. Here, 148 games with c3 and h3 also. So here right now I'm using the mega database. Will this not result in black gaining more space and faster development, says Gagan Ruya? It's quite possible, Gagan. Let's say if I go h3, stopping bishop g4, you castle. Then I go c3, like all of you have said. Now, say, oh, by the way, Anand himself has played this with black pieces, it seems to be. Look at this. Shiro versus Anand in 2000 already played between. Anand has played this. Okay. According to the mega database, d5 is doing well recently. Bishop c2. Bishop d6. d4. I think there is one piece against which you are playing in this position. Which piece is that? That game with Shiro ended in a draw, seems to me. Yeah, that was a draw. You are playing against the c8 bishop, Safal Fazil. You are absolutely right. You are playing against the, yes, Arav Arora, you are right. Abhinav CS, Rishi Agarwal, excellent job, guys. Bishop on c8, you are fighting against this piece because it can't come to g4. It also can't come to f5. So these two main squares are out of bounds. So let's say in this position, h6, you also play against the f4 bishop. And then rook e1. It looks dull and it looks drawish and it looks like the Berlin, like that rook e1 line of the Berlin. But still, I would say that white is slightly better here. That's what I feel. But yeah, could be quite drawish. So we want to see what Anand has up his sleeve here. Does he have some new ideas up his sleeve, or is he going to Oh, Vichy goes bishop f1. Wow, this is something different. So let's see the moves. After bishop e7, Vichy went rook e1, castles, and now he's put his bishop to f1. If we look at this position here, then after knight f6, bishop e castles, bishop e7, rook e1, castles, bishop f1. Ooh, this has been played 25 times before. And the player who's played it is Nepo. And Pragnananda has played it with Krasenkov. Oh, in the World Cup. In the World Cup. And this is also analyzed in the Mega Database 2022. Guys, look at this. Here's the game with complete analysis by Mikhail Krasenkov. You can just do like this and I can paste and you can see the full game with annotations. So bishop f1 and Krasenkov has analyzed his lost game d4 and he played c6 and he says too humble. Black starts a typical old-fashioned plan which however is not enough for equality. He says d5, c4 and bishop g4 might be the way out here. Knight c3, knight c6, cd, knight d5, h3, so this might be one of the ways, but I think Vichy might have prepared this line together with Prague at some point, yeah, like all of them together in the academy. The Westbridge Anand Chess Academy is where they might have prepared this line. Very interesting. And right now Mamedyarov taking his time. But h3 has been played by Vichy. So this is unlikely. What do you mean, Prakhar? Shinjini Banerjee says Vichy's idea is to put on g3. Ah, that's a very creative point. You know, this bishop is like confused personality. Bishop d3, it says does science, then does commerce, then does MBA, then does works as then becomes a grandmaster, something like that. So that is his plan. Bishop f1 has been played and the question is what is Mamedyarov going to do and how does Vichy Anand actually get an advantage here? So let's say I go d5. Okay, this is standard steady move. I play d4. Put my bishop on g4. h3, pushing the bishop away, you go bishop. And now this important move. I think this is an important move here because after you take bishop takes c4, it already seems like white has some edge here, like knight c3 has more space, freer development. Yeah, exactly. If you wanted to play g3, you could have done that directly. But sometimes, you know, your opponent develops this way, which is a little passively, and then you can play that way. Oh, this has happened. d5 happened, d4 also happened, and now rook e8 on the board. Okay, this is going to be all very subtle. Let's just go to this board and try to see where is the change that happened. Bishop f1, it's the same, yeah. He went d5 first, d4 and rook e8. So in Prague versus Krasenkov game, it was This is Grishchuk versus Duda now, which was played in Chesscom Speed International. So just to show you the game, how it went here, after d4, d5, c4, bishop g4, knight c3, knight c6, cd, knight d5, h3, bishop h5, a3, queen d7, g4, bishop g6, bishop g2. That there you see the bishop has come. Takes, takes, bishop d6, bishop e3, bishop e4, c4, c5. Oof. Bishop went back. Knight e5, queen d5. Because if he had played knight takes e5, I think most likely he would have taken bishop e4. So he went queen d5, takes, takes, knight c6, queen c6, d5 happened. And here already white was, I think, doing well. And then Duda just blundered the queen with queen a4. And he lost. So that is how the game went. And right now, after these moves, oh, Vishy went directly c4. Vishy has no real plan to hide. He straight away went c4. Okay, this was also the move that was played by Grishchuk. And now Duda had gone bishop g4. Let's see what Mamedyarov plays here. How about knight c3, says Rahul Agarwal. Rahul, it is possible to directly play knight c3 here. It's not a bad move, but kind of blocks your c pawn. So therefore he played c4 first, and now he will put his knight on c3. That's how Vishy wants to play. Lakhwinder Singh says this is line prepared by Vishy. I think so. What about c5 for black? That might be a bit too much, yeah, c5. Because you are not in time here to start this, I think. It's a knight c3. Now too many captures happening. But if you play d takes c4, I think bishop c4 already gives white a very strong initiative. And if you play c takes d4, I would take with the knight. And once again, white is doing very well. So knight to c6, and then I can play d takes c5. It seems like white should be slightly better. I'm threatening to take here. If you take d takes c4, I can protect my pawn. So c4 on the board, I don't think c5 would be played. So the thing is that here white has an extra tempo. The extra tempo is that he's managed to put his bishop back on f1 and also played c4. So you really don't want to get into a fist fight when you are behind on time on the board. You would rather want to play it calmly and equalize. And that's the reason why maybe a move like bishop e6 makes a lot more sense. But then Vishy could think of pushing the pawn to c5. But the most natural move, and I think what Mamedyarov might do, is bishop g4. I think that is going to happen on the board. But right now Mamedyarov is thinking for his move. And shall we quickly check what's up with Harikrishna, guys? Hello, being brilliant at chess. How are you? Can this position come from Sicilian Marozzi? I don't think so. How can this come from Sicilian? No, I think this can. The only opening from which this position can come is exchange French. E4, E6, D4, D5, and then take, and you have a similar structure. So something like this. In fact, as compared to this line, black is a tempo up. Here white also got the move C4. It's black to play here, but here white played C4. So you can see that white has actually got quite a bit out of the position. But of course, black can hold this. Has to play calmly. Should not go for a fight. You mean when I showed C5 here, like this. Queen B3, they went. Yeah, possible. Like you want to say bishop E6, queen B3 is definitely something that to think about. But generally, no one tries to save this pawn. They might go knight C6. And if you are greedy enough to take here, then knight B4 traps the queen, also threatens knight C2. So that is a risky pawn to capture there. Should we look at Harikrishna's game? What did you guys say? Yes, no, yes. Okay, let's have a look at that. So Harikrishna here, some moves have been played, and how did they reach this position? We were analyzing this one as well in depth, and so let me just pull up the board here. So after the move, what happened here? Oh, rook d1. Harikrishna went not queen d7. Harikrishna didn't even go knight d7. Hari went for the move knight a7. Interesting. And then he took rook takes, knight h4, bishop h7, g3, rook a8, king h2, c6, queen e2. This is the position on the board. So let me just make the moves on the main board. Knight takes, rook takes, knight h4, bishop h7, g3, rook a8, and now queen e2, no, not queen e2, king h2, c6, and queen e2 has been played. So very stable and steady position, both sides very calmly looking at what can be done. But I think white is slightly better because of his bishop on a2, which is very well placed. Also, white has d4 in his mind. Black can't do d5 because the e5 pawn would be too weak. So Harikrishna's game very solid, but also look at this. We are on move 21. Vallejo Pawns has 24 minutes only, and Harikrishna has 32 minutes. Will Hari be trying for f5 break? I doubt. With d4 on cards, I don't think you have time to get f5. Also with the knight looking here. I think what Hari might do is first centralize his pieces, and at the right time, if he gets an opportunity, he will want to break with d5. Also b5 is one move that could be thought of. So let's look at the full screen here. You can see Harikrishna, super focused, super intense, very calm. You can see how he's sitting. It's sometimes players, perfect the art of sitting on the chessboard. They have worked on it. In fact, I've read an article where Magnus, at what angle should he keep his feet on the floor? is something that he's worked upon so that he can sit for longer hours without getting back pain. Vidit's game already ended in a draw. Going back to Anand's game, bishop g4 is on the board. Vishy Anand's opponent, Shakhriyar Mamedyarov, has played his bishop to g4 here. And now it is Vishy's move. What to play? Mamedyarov has taken time in the opening. Now Vishy has to decide what to play. Maybe knight to c3 is one move that can be played here. People in the chat are saying knight c3. Dibin John says c5. I don't like c5 now with my knight already not here, because then black can always hit in the center with b6. h3 g4. Yeah, that is a possibility. h3, bishop h5, but I think he can take and play knight to c6, attacking d4, and then after bishop e3, d takes c4, bishop c4, knight d4. It seems like black is doing really well here. So this pressure on this diagonal, along with pressure on the d4 pawn, is definitely something for Vishy to think about. What do you think Anand will play, guys? How about bishop f4 says Sinjini? Sinjini also not a bad idea, but you have to think about knight c6 with the idea of taking here and then taking on d4. How do you play against it now? Flora says queen d3. Flora, maybe. Arav, just go to sleep on time. Don't prepare anything. There's not much time to prepare. Just go fresh. That is the best thing. Why not bishop g5? So I think the main problem here in this position is that knight c6 and my threat is to take and attack here. This is the main issue. h3 definitely seems possible. I think h3 is something that could happen. Queen f3, knight d takes c4. And why is this move not good? Because he wants to take this pawn. What is the reason? This is something which you should always remember and keep in mind. Why is this move not so great? Let's see what are the answers that have been recommended here in the chat. I might have to change this now to Anand's board. Yep. Yeah. Many of you have suggested the move Queen takes b7, and that is correct. Shubham Behera, Abhimanyu Parashar, Arpit 11A, Deepak Modi, Dhiman Bhattacharya, Abhay Agarwal. This is correct. You just take the pawn on b7, attacking the rook, and after knight bd7, you can go bishop to c4. And you are one pawn up. So this is not something that you should take here, but here black has a good move. And what is that move? Black to play Shinjini. If you have to play bishop f4, knight 6, bishop e2, then already you realize that you have made something wrong if you have to make a move like bishop e2 to break the pin. So yes, Pranay Akula, very good. Devashish Upadhyay, Sendil Nathan, Aditya Sharma, Ajay, knight c6. I hit your pawn, and I think once you defend it, let's say bishop e3, now I can take, and now b7 is not hanging, and this position can get very complex because after bishop c4, knight d4, I want to take here. Okay. If knight c2, this is a mistake. Why is this a mistake? Guys, tactically, what is wrong with this? Ranveer Jadhav says, Sagar bhai, watching Anand sir play with butter chicken and hostel friends. Oh, nice. Nice. Yes, excellent job, guys. Shabbat Jot, Dipesh, Abhinav, Sendil Nathan, Craig Faria, Ansar Pachwadkar, Rajat Agarwal, Danish Verma, Saksham Garg. Excellent. Bishop takes f7 is hanging. And now you have to take. But if you take, I give a check. And then next move, pick up your knight. So this does not work. So Anand actually quite, it seems like he's taking his time after the move bishop g4. He's not coming up with a direct move. Although this has been played before in Grishchuk versus Duda. So both the players have taken 18 to 17 minutes. Let's quickly check what's up with Carlsen and MVL. Carlsen with MVL went for the Grunfeld defense. Take e4 main line stuff. Check. Bishop here, bishop a4, b5, bishop b3, a5, knight f3, castles, castles, and this is the position on the board. So very interesting position. I already like white's position quite a lot with the center. Black has expanded on the queen side, but generally in the Grunfeld, c5 or e5 breaks are more potent than pushing these pawns. Okay. Wesley So versus Veselin Topalov. I think Wesley is slightly better, but such games should generally end in a draw. But we'll see. Wesley will definitely push. Anish Giri against Aryan Tari. Wow. I think he played the London system here. Guys, all London fans out there, this is what Anish Giri played. E3, knight d2, bishop g4. And I like actually Anish's position quite a lot. Because after bishop g6, he can go knight h4. Put pressure here. Yeah, he seems to be better. And finally, Radjabov versus Wang Hao. Ooh, this might Just end in a draw or what? D4, T. Because, no, I don't think so. Let's see how it goes. Radjabov might want to fight, but also Radjabov is one of the, sometimes he doesn't really want to fight. As Anish Giri had once mentioned, oh, by the way, guys, few moves have been played in Anand's game. Let's go there. But Anish had mentioned Radjabov, when his opponent says, Raja, you want to fight? He's like, oh, let it go, let it be, yaar. Kya fight? He's like, do you want to fight? You know, I'll hit you. He's like, arey yaar, let's. Then the opponent pushes him to the wall, and then Raja is like, okay, you want to fight, and then he starts playing really cool moves. So let's see what Radjabov does today. Does he go for a draw or something, or does he want to fight? We'll see. In the game between Anand and Mamedyarov, after knight c3 played, knight c6 was played, c takes d5, and knight takes d5 has also happened. And then, h. Oh, nice. This is such a great move order by Vishy. You know, he found the most accurate move order, because knight c3, if d takes c4, bishop c4. Now you can't take and take here because b7 is hanging. So take. I think queen b7 already possible here. Also, a very, very weird move in this position is, can anyone find a very weird move? And I think it's very difficult, but let's see if there's anyone who can find it. White to play. रोहन तिवारी, वेल डन. क्या बात है तुम्हारी रोहन. अनिकेत विश्वकर्मा, क्या बात है. वैभव दुबे, Abhay Garg, Akash Singh, excellent. The move that I was looking for here is rook to e4, attacking the queen and defending my bishop. And if you take here, and it's over. So I think knight c6, take, and h3 is the correct move order. And the main point is that after takes, do you take back with the pawn or with the queen? Because if you take with the queen, your d4 pawn is hanging here. d4 pawn is hanging. So do you take with the pawn or the queen? Rishi Sarda says pawn, but yes, taking with the pawn spoils the structure. I think it just spoils everything in the long run. Queen f3 is correct, because now if you were to take here, I have queen takes d5. So my d4 pawn is not hanging, and if you take here, I take back and I bolster my center. Let's say you play knight b4 to attack here and also to attack here. Then there are many ways to continue. Maybe the easiest of them all is d5. Now knight d4, queen g4. And let's say if you go knight c2, bishop h6, bishop f6, rook e8, queen e8, rook c1, and white will win this game, because these knights will be kicked away with a3 and white will win a full piece. So h3 is on the board and it looks promising for Vishy Anand, at least for the time being. Let's look at what Harikrishna is doing here. You managed to get the board on nicely there. Oh, Hari has played b5 in the position. Once again, queen e2 we saw, queen e7 played by Hari. Knight g2 and now b5. Oh, he's gone on that side. I mean, I was thinking about some. Okay, you can't get d5 because of pressure here. And with black, you want to create some play. And so d5 is the correct move. And the time situation of this game, quite difficult for both players. Both are down to their 20 minutes on the clock. And it's not going to be easy. With still 18 more moves to make. Harikrishna comes back to the board and starts thinking. This is often the case in a chess tournament. You are moving around and then you come back, you feel like, oh my god, I haven't calculated this one line. Let me just calculate it out, and you come back and sit on the board. Oh, he takes AB. He takes back CB. Okay, let's check if Mamedyarov has played his move after. Oh, he's played bishop to h5. Interesting. Bishop h5 has been played, and here. Okay, I have a question for all of you. What happens if I play bishop d2 and you were to chop this pawn off? Why is this a mistake? Can you tell me white to move? Aniket Narayan Biswas, Sendil Nathan, Jatin Gaur, Dipesh Sokhal, Garv Thakur. Well done. The move is g4. And if you move your bishop, then I will take knight takes d4. And after takes, you have to take this. You have to think about this. So you can't save your piece. So you think about taking here. Then comes bishop takes, bishop g6. And at the very least, I have queen takes b7. And white is better here because the bishops are very active. The rook is also well placed. And it's a clearly better position for white. Let's see what after bishop h5 happens. Vishy is still thinking. It's just 1 second. I'll be just back in a bit. In in 30 seconds or so. Yeah. Okay, I'm here back. I think for Vishy, bishop d2 is not a very human like move. Yeah. What do you think, guys? What will Vishy play here? What do you think? Because देखो options भी ज़्यादा नहीं है. Either bishop d2. Yash Gadia says g4. Umesh Ramamurthy, bishop e2 is a move that many of us would play, but these guys at top level avoid such moves. It's like, how would I say? Suppose you start from your home and you want to reach the airport, and there are two routes to reach the airport. One is this way, the other one is this way. You say, I'll take this route. So you go this way. Now, at this point, you don't want to come back and then go to the airport from this route. So bishop e2 is one of those moves, like you went back and now you're coming back. It is something that you do in worst case scenario. So right now, I would really not want to play bishop e2 in this position. It's a lazy move in a way because you are breaking the pin and you are saving, but it also puts very little pressure on your opponent. Like you play bishop e2, he's then like, I can go bishop f6 and his rook opens up, more pressure here, more pressure here, more pressure here. So bishop h5. I think Vishy might think for a bit, and very likely that he might go for g4, bishop g6, and now I was thinking knight e5 or bishop g2, maybe knight e5. But then knight e5, yeah, this doesn't look good. Take here, kind of spoils the structure, and yeah, I don't think knight e5, but bishop g2 is playable. Yeah, this is what might happen in the game, I feel. With knight e4 with knight g3 says Beloglavi soup. It would have been nice, but after bishop f3, you are in trouble. Your pawn is still hanging. Bishop c4, yeah, that seems doable. But knight b6, bishop b3, you can't take here, queen d4. If you take bishop f3, queen f3, knight d4, there is problem on f7. Pranay Saraf says bishop e3, what's the problem? Pranay, bishop e3 again, this is a very, how do you say? He will just put bishop f6. So again, this move might not be the best. And okay, it's a playable move, but I don't like that move. No, he goes a3. Vishy is waiting. You see guys, now bishop f6 is not possible because of rook e8, queen e8 and knight d5. This bishop can't move. So with this, you have also put your opponent under pressure. a3 stops nd-b4 ideas. Okay, queen d7 is possible though. Vishnu Shri Kumar says, I had suggested a3 as a preparatory move for queen d3. Nice. So this is the point, yeah. Let's say queen d7, you want to go queen d3 so that you stop knight b4, and if he takes, you will still have pressure here. Nice, interesting. What if after queen d3 I go rook a d8? Maybe knight e5, yeah. Bishop g6, queen c4, knight c3. I don't know. This looks equal. Quite equal. So let's see what Mamedyarov does. So, by the way, we have crossed 920, 600 subscribers. We are hoping to reach 921k. So all those who haven't subscribed, please do so. Also, please like the stream. It's going to be a long stream today because Vishy is playing here. Also, Harikrishna is playing here against Vallejo pawns. And some of the moves have happened there. Can we quickly see what has happened in Harikrishna's game? Because we left it off at this point, somewhere here. Yeah, c6 queen e7, knight g2, b5. Yeah, we left it off here. He went queen d2, Hari played rook a b8, rook e2, b4, and now bishop c4 on the board. So Harikrishna definitely under some pressure here because his pieces are a bit misplaced. Bishop on h7 doing nothing much here. So b4 could become weak. f4 could be on cards in future. So white is slightly better here. Vallejo pawns playing well, and Hari might do well to hold a draw here. Let's go back to Vishy's game. a3 has been played here. And we are wondering as to what is Mamedyarov's response going to be. Magnus game. Okay, let's look at Magnus's game. We looked till bishop b3, a5. It was the Grunfeld, knight f3, castles. Castles, a4. Bishop c2. c5. Rook b1. Attacking here. Magnus wants MVL to react. But I think MVL will not react. Because after takes, there's always bishop a6. He goes bishop g4. I was thinking, what if knight c6? But I think d5. And we have to assess this position now. Because rook b5, there is still bishop a6. It's not so simple. But bishop g4 has been played. And here I think Magnus will come up with something interesting. Now can you take... Guys, विदित का गेम ड्रॉ हो चुका है. Take. And rook d5. It is possible to take the b5 pawn now because the bishop is no longer here. Wesley So and Veselin Topalov going to draw this one, and we'll go to Armageddon. And here you can see Anish Giri putting pressure on his opponent with knight h4. Excellent play by Anish against Aryan Tari. He will take here. He will have the bishop pair. Most likely he will long castle. And this will be an exciting battle. I think Anish is doing really well in this position. And Radjabov versus Wang Hao. Okay, both players playing very slowly. Knight c6, de, knight c5, knight c3 has happened. Guys, here's my question to you. If you take, what is the first move that comes to your mind here as black to play? Yes, Aryan was working with Anish in Vaikanze, Vignesh. That's true. So that might have some psychological thing for both the players. Yeah, Fyro boy, I like your feel for chess. Kamal Vijay Ram, excellent. I also like it. Anurag MS, very good. Kunal Somaya, Devashish Upadhyay, Suraj, well done. So, I think there are two kinds of players in the chat. One who just sees their move and does not look at what opponent will do. So they are the ones who suggest knight b4 because they are like, oh, I will take the queen next move. They just only look at their options. But after a move like queen e4, you realize that actually this knight is doing nothing and it's going to be kicked away with a3. And then there are players who look at their move and also their opponent's move, then their move. They are looking at possibilities and they realize that this pawn is kind of cramping them, so they go d6. And this gives black good chances of equalizing. Going back to Vishy Anand's game. Look at this. How Mamedyarov has continued. Mamedyarov said, look Vishy, I know that your isolated pawn is something that I want to keep because isolated means it's alone. No one can protect it. And I can then launch an attack on it. I already have this knight pinned. But unfortunately, you made my task so difficult of developing because of all these tricks like rook e8, queen e8, knight d5 would hang and I can't move the bishop there. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to give you connected pawns here. Fine, you are connected. But on the other hand, now my bishop can finally move. And that is a trade-off that Mamedyarov was ready. And now what do you do as white is a question. Maybe you take. Then where do you develop this? Bishop d2, bishop e3, bishop g5. Maybe bishop d2, queen d7 with the idea of rook e8. Yeah, this doesn't look promising. This pin is just too nasty. Or maybe bishop e3, queen d7, g4, bishop g6, bishop g2. This might be another way to play, but black is around equal. You know, rook e8, knight a5, knight c4. Yeah, this is classical game. So bishop d6 on the board. Let's quickly draw our attention to what Harikrishna is doing. This is Vidit's game. It ended in a draw already. After bishop c4, Harikrishna has gone knight d7. Which is the best move in the position. And now Vallejo pawns thinking about what to do. Hari has only 9 minutes 36 seconds. Vallejo pawns has 17 minutes 57 seconds. Cyan Roy says, can you stop moving to Hari's game? Why? I think it's a good game. And we should look at it. What will Vallejo pawns do here? Yeah, this looks d4. Sendilnathan is very keen on going d4. Sendilnathan, then again the bishop is a bit loose, and if you go bishop d3, then I can go knight f8, knight e6, and black is doing pretty well. Nishba says, very basic question, what does space advantage mean in chess? Shubha, most of the times it's the territory that is covered by the pawns. If you look here, the pawns seem to have more space in the center for white, more space on the queen side for black. You know, it's the space behind your pawns that you have. So in that sense, you can say that the space advantage right now, it's not clear who has it. Okay, going back to Vishy's game. Vishy is still thinking here. In the meantime, I'll just go and fill water and come back in a second. Okay, guys, let's think about Vishy's move. Let's put ourselves in Vishy's shoes and try to figure out what would you do here. What would you play? Sayan Roy says rook b1, but I think Sayan, the problem is rook e1, queen e1, and bishop takes f3 will ruin your structure. So black has a threat. Ujjan Sinha says bg5. Ujjan, maybe bishop g5 could be an idea, but then it's also queen g5, knight g5, bishop d1. There is also rook e1 attacking the queen, queen e1, queen d7. I don't like this move, bishop g5 overall. There's also bishop takes f3, but after bishop d8, the problem is if you take on d1, you're losing a rook. Somehow this bishop cuts the connection. So yeah, bishop g5 may be possible, but I think there are many ways to play against it. At least the cleanest seems take, and queen d7 with the threat of taking on f3 next. So how to calculate, identify candidate moves in chess? That is the tricky part here. You have to look at moves which make sense. So one is rook takes e8. The other one is g4. Other one is rook e8, queen e8, and then g4. I think these seem like the most logical moves. Yeah, rook e8, queen e8, and then maybe g4. Ricky roll, I explained this move. Bishop e2 just seems wrong, you know, like, yes, you break the pin, but let's say after queen d7, what is the problem that black has? Nothing, I would say. Almost nothing. So here, as Vishy thinks, let me guess the move of Vishy. After all these commentary sessions, maybe a small bit of his spirit has entered me and I can play a little bit like him. I feel that the move that Vishy will play is rook takes e8. queen takes e8, and then I'm not 100% certain, but I'm assuming g4, bishop g6, and bishop e2, or how about I go rook a2 with the idea of rook e2. That seems like a very creative move. And you go, let's say queen d7. Can't go rook e2 because now bishop at f3. Yeah. Seems around like black seems more comfortable here somehow with rook e. So I do think that Vishy might think of rook e8, but I don't see the next move after that. Apart from the fact that he has to go g4 at some right moment. I'm sure Vishy is getting a bit irritated by this pin, but guys, sometimes you just have to ignore it and you have to think about your own plans, because, well, sometimes it's just that there is a pin, it's not affecting you so much, and bishop e3 just doesn't seem so great. Let's say queen f6, putting pressure here. It does look like black is doing well. Vishy is now down to 1 hour 22 minutes. Shakhriyar Mamedyarov has 1 hour 29 minutes. Going back to Harikrishna's game here after after knight d7, rook a1 happened and Hari played knight to b6. He's ready to give up the pawn on a5 so that he can take and play this position with compensation here. Yeah, let's see after knight b6 how does Vallejo pawns respond, because right now he has 12 minutes on the clock. Harikrishna has 8 minutes on the clock. The game between Vidit and Anton Guyaro ended in a draw. Vidit kept his full-time quota on hand. In fact, he got a couple of minutes more as well. He was very well prepared and he managed to hold the game. I mean, he drew with his prep. Oh, Harikrishna gets up and I think he goes to the washroom. Meanwhile, behind, Maksudlu and Le Kwang Liem have agreed to something. What? Draw maybe? Draw. Draw. Although the position looks really good for Le Kwang Liem. How did this end in a draw? Are we missing something? Look at this. This position looks completely better for black. Oh, he played bishop b7. He had to play maybe queen g4. After bishop b7, I think they agreed to a draw here. Okay, anyway, getting back to Harikrishna's game against Vallejo pawns. After knight b6, Vallejo has to decide what to do here. He has 9 minutes 18 seconds. 9 minutes 18 seconds against Harikrishna's 8 minutes. Let's go also to... Oh, he plays bishop to b5. Yeah. Vallejo plays his bishop to b5, presses the clock. Harikrishna has to hurry back to his board. He has to make sure that he finishes his 40 moves. 12 more moves to make in 8 minutes. He's already lost 10 seconds. Where is Hari? He's back. He's here. He sits down. He writes his move. And now has to think. It's not going to be easy for Hari to figure out what to do again. He really has to improve his bishop here. It's not so well placed. While he thinks, let's look at what Vishy has done. Oof. Vishy makes this move which we had spoken about and we did not like it. He's put his bishop on e3. He said to his opponent, I don't care that this is getting blocked. I don't even care that, okay, this is pinned. This is my way of playing and I'm just putting my bishop here. Okay, this is very interesting. Okay, knight a5. I think there is c4 always. So not to worry there. I think queen f6 is the main idea because I'm putting pressure on f3, trying to spoil your structure. Deep Zone, thank you so much for your super chat. But guys, queen f6, what do you do next? Do you play rook b1? Do you play g4? I think g4 might be one idea, but rook b1, don't you think that after take, this spoils the structure? But maybe it's not a big deal because it's b6. If you try to defend it this way, white wins the game. Can you figure out what the move is, guys? White to play. Surya Thangavel, Mistadam, Sendil Nathan. Excellent. Shashank Ashwath also. Bishop b5, pinning the knight. And that is game over. That is absolutely game over. So you can't play b6 here. If you can't play b6, then your pawn is hanging. You might want to go knight a5. But after something like c4 threatening here, again it's difficult. b6, c5, take, d takes. And already white is doing excellently well in this position. He will have bishop b5. He might have rook b5. It's a great position for white. So I think queen f6, rook b1 might be on cards. But then he can really just play rook b8 and throw the ball back in Vishy's court and ask him, what do you want to do now? Next. So every move, to find every move is not easy here. It's like a big stretch to find a move. He's played bishop e3. I mean, this knight is not well placed. Otherwise, it would have been great for black. Can we go knight e7 with the idea of knight g6, knight h4? But then g4. And then the bishop comes in the way of other pieces. So bishop e3. And for now, Mamedyarov is thinking. So let's go quickly back to Harikrishna's game, where something has changed for sure. And what is it? Harikrishna here After bishop b5, his opponent, he took b takes c3, b takes c3, and then he has pushed his pawn to d5. Brave move by Hari. But Hari Krishna says this bishop can no longer sit in over here because I'm already getting into a tough situation. I need to activate it, and for that I must play d5. If you take here, then after knight takes d5, it seems like black has some counterplay in the position. I mean, he's doing pretty well. So d5, rook takes a5 needs to be assessed, and then d, and I think it's difficult here to figure out who's better. Maybe white slightly is a pawn up, but black has good pieces. Also e4 is slightly weak. Okay, if you get f3, then bishop would be bad. Look at Vallejo. He wants to make his move. What is he going to play? Oh, he takes the pawn. He chops off the pawn on a5, guys. He plays directly rook takes a5, and he asks Hari, show me your cards. What do you want to play? Why did you give me a pawn? Now Hari Krishna has to figure out कि क्या करना है. Should he take on e4? Should he play something else? Hardik Shah, why is your screen always blurred? Which one, Hardik? Maybe your resolution you have to check on YouTube, Hardik. Because if you are in, put it on a low resolution, because this is 1080 and this is very high quality streaming. I mean, not 4K, but whatever below it. Okay, D has happened on the board. Hari Krishna has 5 minutes, 4 minutes now, 8 minutes for his opponent, 9 moves to make. Guys, let's stick with this game for a while because this is getting really intense. And we also have the video cams thanks to the organizers of Prague Masters, who have very graciously given these cameras. DE. And Hari wants to play a move, but what move? Maybe queen c7 is what Hari might want to do. Oh, he plays queen to c5. He's played his queen to c5, pressed the clock. And now Vallejo, who has 8 minutes 22 seconds, maybe goes c4. Yeah, let's also look at Magnus's game for sure. We'll look at it, guys. I'll show you all the games, Anish's game, Magnus's game, all the games of Norway chess. So let's be here for a bit because Hari has what, like 2 minutes left on the clock. It's very little actually time for making another 9 moves. And Vallejo pawns plays c4. Good play by the Spanish GM. He's making all the best moves in the position. So c4 has been played. And can we take on c4 or what happens? Knight takes c4. Then you lose the e5 pawn right at the end. So take, take. This is defended. So queen takes and rook e5. And in this position, Hari will have to suffer, grovel for that half point. Hari has less than 2 minutes left on the clock. He has to make 9 moves. I don't think he wants to take on the c4 with his knight. He must decide, but what to do? Where does he go? You wanted to see the board, right? I was showing this variation that if he took here, bishop takes, queen takes, and then takes here. And then white is at least a pawn up here. So that I don't think Hari wants to play that. Oh my god, Harikrishna has 1 minute 24 seconds. Speed up. Vallejo rather than Vallejo. Okay. Nirmalendu Chakraborty, thank you. Vallejo. Vallejo pawns. Vallejo. 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 Vallejo has pushed his pawn to c4. 49 seconds for Harikrishna. Hari also not very sure whether he should take on c4 or not. He's just thinking and arguing here with himself whether he should take or not. He goes for rook a d8. Plays rook a d8, rook b d8. But now guys, the flow can change in the favor of Vallejo. Because after queen c3, rook to d4. Please recommend a good chess set to buy online. I think there are a few places from where you can buy. One is Chess Bazaar. The other one I think is some chess set. So there are some good websites where you can buy. Here rook d4, I think c3, sorry, f3, knight c4. Here, oof, it's very tough to find this next move for white. White wins here. If you look here, white to play. If you go rook d4 and take that pawn. No, he wants a wooden chess set, Shashank. We don't have wooden yet. So otherwise you can get ChessBase India chess set. It's quite good, it's quite heavy, but not wood. It's made of plastic. Yeah, Ishwar T, very good. Knight e3 is the move that should be played here and can't take because your queen would hang and otherwise you will lose a piece. So can't play this way. Let's have a look at what is the time situation. Vallejo 5 minutes 45 seconds. Harikrishna 2 minutes 28 seconds. You can see all these expressions, like. But I think queen c3 is good. Also queen e1, queen e3 maybe. He goes queen a2. It's also a good move, I think. What? Draw. Draw. Did Waheo play queen a2 and offer draw? That's a surprise. That is a surprise actually. He says, let's go out and analyze. And yes, Hari agreed. And actually, it's a great result for Harikrishna because if you look here, he is under some pressure still. And he has to equalize. It's not like a given. So, Harikrishna gets a draw. Now, let's go to Anand's game and see what's cooking. What's up? Okay. Vishy played bishop e3, correct? We saw till here. And then his opponent played queen f6, barabar. It also happened. And then Vishy goes bishop d3. Very interesting. Vishy does not care about this part. So let's say if you take, right? Take. My question to you is, for this fractured pawn structure, what does white have in return? What does white have in return for this fractured pawns? Yes, double bishops, exactly. Double bishop pair, active bishop, and also, guys, we mustn't forget a strong center. These two pawns after c4, maybe c5 in the air, maybe c4, d5. It looks like a good position for white. So I think Vishy has assessed this well and has put his bishop on d3. But why to put bishop on d3? Let's say he just plays rook a d8. It has not improved the position, no, by any ways. Yeah, I don't see a way of continuing here. Maybe he wants to go g4, g5. That could be an idea. g5. Where does the queen go? And now he has to go to the e file. Let's say one of these two squares, queen e6, king g2, and once again, white is the one who is under some pressure here. Let's say after 97. So this is not how Vishy must play. That bishop has come to write arrears, says Ganesh. But I'm just a little bit thinking about what moves both sides have, and I think it's a waiting game. Like if you go rook a d8, I think he will go rook b1. If you go b6, I don't see any good way for Anand to even continue this game. Like maybe bishop g5. There's one move that black can play here to stay in the game. What is it? Only one move. Given the importance of today's matches, you think the games are cagey affairs, no one wants to go out and risk losing? Quite possible, Shashank. Quite possible. I mean, Vishy's choice has been very, very, very safe, I would say. There's only one move here. Yes, Kunj Thakkar, very good. Sendil Nathan, very good. Suraj. So queen takes g5 is the only move. Otherwise, you lose material. Knight takes bishop d1. Rook takes d1. or maybe rook, the other rook takes d1, and it's around equal. Because if you take with this rook, then after rook takes h6, knight f3, and bishop a3, you win a pawn. So bd3 played on the board. And let's see what Shakhriyar Mamedyarov plays. Also, Vishy is very clear that, he doesn't have to try too hard against Mamedyarov. He might just do all the work for him. He's a very aggressive player. We saw till bishop g4 in Magnus's game. Magnus went e5, knight to c6, putting pressure on the d4 point. So after take, bishop f3, queen f3, this time knight d4 would be hanging. Bishop e4, rook c8, h3, take, queen d7, and now here we are. What to play? Because d4 is under pressure to take. No, it's not so simple here what to play. And taking here seems a bit wrong. It's a d5. There's very concrete stuff. Great, like bishop f4 now. But there could be some way of taking advantage, like rook b6, bishop f4. So queen d7 has been played. This is the Magnus versus MVL game. Oh, by the way, Wesley So Topalov has already drawn. Anish Giri versus Aryan Tari. King b1 played. And this is intense game. This is definitely something to watch out for. And I think Anish will win this one today. It's just that the position is so rich with so many possibilities with e4 in the end. I think Anish will set himself well with this win today. On the other hand, Vishy Anand versus look at what Anand has done. After h6, he has played g4. I'm getting a bit worried here. I'm getting a bit worried after bishop g6. What is Vishy's plan? Because he's overextended himself already. His bishop is not going to g2. No, I mean, bishop will go back to g6. And then what would be Anand's move? What is Anand's decision? Maybe he wants to take and play king g2. But I don't think here black has any problems. Black is doing very well. Shantanu Gawade says, Shantanu, this is an interesting idea. g5. Because after take, and now there's only one move that saves black to play. What is that move? Otherwise the queen is trapped. It's over. Yeah, rook takes e1. Fantastic. Shivya tricks, Suraj, Arish, Ishprit, Arvind, Bondita, Fast Curious, Saubhagya, Isha Bhusan. Excellent. Rook e1. And you are overloaded. If you take queen takes e1, I take the knight, which is undefended. If you take knight takes, queen takes g5 is hanging. So, yeah. Mamedyarov has played bishop g6. I'm very curious to know what is Anand's next move going to be. It's not at all easy. That chess move's not working today. Yeah. Some issue. It's working when the stream started, but then it stopped. Will Anand win today? I don't think so. Today looks a little bit difficult, at least in the classical game. Who knows in the Armageddon if we reach there. I think Vishy is forced to take on g6. Any 7 g6 f4 is a bit scary for white. Yeah, exactly. I think if he goes like king g2, then already knight e7, and very rightly pointed out by Roshan that this square on f4 is a weakness, and also on h4. So bishop g6, and now what does Anand do? I think Vishy might have just over pressed, no, in the position, or just overstretched himself. It's around equal though. I mean, let's say for example, I can play take king g2. Yeah, but it seems easier to play as black though, for sure, for sure. By the way, at the Prague Masters, we had we had Hari and Vidit both draw their games. Here we have, by the way, Radjabov, Wang Hao, okay, around equal. Anish versus Aryan Tari after king b1, no move played. Anish has 1 hour 24 minutes. Aryan has only 58 minutes. Really blitzed out their opening moves. And Carlsen versus MVL. To Anand's game. Vignesh, who's been pillar of Indian chess for 17 months, is very excited with all that's happening with CBI Originals, Olympiad coverage, also expecting a CBI Super GM tournament. Yeah, I think that's a possibility for sure. With the CBI Originals event, we are trying our best to find good sponsors, to find people who would want to invest in chess into this boom that is happening right now. And hopefully, people find value in this, and we have more people who will join in. And I think, oh, king g2 by Vishy. He has played king g2, and now this scary idea, yeah, which Roshan just mentioned in the chat, knight e7 and then coming here could happen. Either you first take on d3, then knight e7, knight g6, knight f4, or you go directly knight e7. Oops. That has not happened. But firstly, I'm very excited with the Olympiad happening. We will be doing live streams from Chennai. Samay will also be there. I will be there. We'll have Amruta also at the venue. We'll have the players dropping in. We'll be covering round by round. Most likely, half of the streams will happen on ChessBase India, half of the streams on Samay's channel. Like that, we will be covering. Before that, ChessBase India Originals will be happening here in Mumbai. Will also be streamed live on YouTube on ChessBase India. So a lot of things for sure. And again, yeah, you always have to keep thinking of new things, new ways of doing things. And yeah, this Super GM tournament is definitely a good is a good aim to have, because that will really help the youngsters in our country, and the talented players in our country. Actually, Mamedyarov now can really try to go knight e7, and if he takes, like Vishy takes here, then knight g6 and knight f4. Let's see what he does. Narendra Kumar Subarayan says visitors allowed for Olympiad. I'm sure they will be. There's also this torch thing, yeah, which is like the torch will go from different places and will reach Chennai. I think it will start from Delhi and reach Chennai, something like that. What about h5 for black? It should work, apart from the fact that there is one move which simply ends the game here. White to play and end the game. Anjali Deosh Satwar, Ayush Chavan, Ishita Patranbis, Devin Anand says Devin Bishop G5. I assume you want to write. Dattu D, Himalayan Houdini. Yeah, Bishop G5 is just trapping the queen and game over. So you can't play H5 just like that. That seems like a big error. We have a super chat from Saradi Salem who says, how to assess equal positions in middle games like this while playing? Engine says you made a mistake and gave the opponent a +1 to 3 advantage. In equal positions, I feel uncomfortable to play. Then completely lost game. Generally, like there is always some reason why someone is better. Either it could be long-term thing, like in this case, c4 square could be weak, b3 could be weak, f4, g, h4. These are all weaknesses. But then there are sometimes also very concrete reasons why something, like let's say h5, seems like nothing's changed, but it's just winning. So this is just pure tactics. If you don't spot the tactic, here black is doing very fine. So in order to evaluate, I think it's always you have to look at both short term and long term things happening on the chessboard, and it's never easy. If you learn the art of evaluating a position correctly, I think you have mastered a big thing in chess. Okay, he's taken on d3. Anand will take with the queen, of course. Anand is thinking, is there any other move? Not really. And now, I think this maneuver starts. Vinayak Suresh says, new novelty in Carlsen's game after MVL castled. White plays h4. If bishop g4, go h5. Then bishop h5, rook h5. Go e5, exchange plus pawn down. White better. You are saying, Vinayak, that in this game, instead of white castling here, you want to go h4. Aha. Castles. Sorry, here, not here. You don't want to castle. You want to play h4. Very interesting move. And he suggests that after bishop g4, play h5. Then bishop h5, rook h5, gh5, and e5. Exchange plus pawn down, but white is better. Yeah, because the king is completely exposed. Also, you've limited the g7 bishop. Maybe knight g5 and queen h5 are on cards. Okay, let's go to Mamedyarov versus Anand game. Knight e7 on the board, guys. Knight e7 has happened on the board. The knight is going to g6 to f4. The game is becoming quite complex here. Vishy has to take care. I think if Vishy Anand manages to hold this game, that would already be a good achievement. Vinayak Suresh has given us a new idea. Yeah, I have to check on our chess base board if this idea has been played before or not. So Vinayak, let's have a look at your idea. D4, knight f6, c4, g6, knight c3, d5, take, e4, take, bishop g7 here. How did it proceed? b5, bishop b3, a5, knight f3. This has been played before. Dubov has played it. Okay. And then you said castles here. And h4 is a new idea completely, that you have thought of on your own. Very interesting. Let's just have a look at the engine. There's because other moves have been played. In this position, other moves have been played are castles always, and a3, but h4, bishop g4, h5, and then yeah, you taking this is bad. Correct. This is a good suggestion, but I don't think he should take. He should maybe just keep it here and develop his pieces like here, and c5. Black should not worry about white opening up the position, but very good suggestion. And I think our commentary is enriched with such comments where you have some new ideas that you give. Okay, let's go to Anand's position after knight e7. He's gone bishop d2. Guys, what about knight g6 now? Oh, Vishy has some idea here. What is Vishy going to play here with white? White to play after knight g6. Aha. Yes, we should also check out what Pragnananda is doing, right, at Norway Chess. Oh, by the way, Pranav V, who's just gone to Zalakaros Open, He scored another win. Yeah, maybe he's on 5 out of 5 or what? Pranav V, because he was sponsored by Sadhana app and has gone there. He drew, yes. Acha, okay, maybe he's on 3.5. Suzala Karosh Open is happened. By the way, the move that I had asked for, guys. Sorry that I am. The move here is Queen F5. Aryan Sharma. Well done. Anirban Sanyal. Yeah, that looks pretty good here. Queen F5. Because now, after Queen F5, if you take, I mean, black wants to put his bishop here. See, if you do nothing, black will put his bishop here, take this, and then come in with the knight. So, Queen F5 is just in time, because if you take, there's no time for bishop F4, your knight is hanging. And if you play knight F4, I can now take. And with the knight gone from F4, that's not a strong piece. So knight G6, take, and queen B5. Ooh, wow, Roshan, that was such a good question. Guys, black to play, what do you do here? What a nice question. What a nice question here. Why is knight F4 a threat? Can someone explain? Sumalya, it's not a threat if I can take it with my bishop. But if I can put my bishop here, exchange this, and my knight sits here, it will attack h3, it will give a check, it will attack many points in the white's camp. So here knight is a very powerful knight. Yes, well done. Vel Murugan, Dakshat Rawat, Sendil Nathan, Aniket Vishwakarma, Harshit Sahani, Aryan Sharma, Kiran Purohit, Aman, Rahul. Well done. Take, king takes, and what a mate, yeah, here. Boom, checkmate. Game is over. Wow, this is such a beautiful line. Such a beautiful line. So bishop d2, you can't really allow queen. Be careless. You see, this was the point where by you realize how weak the white king is. No, the position is equal, guys, for all those who have joined in. I think Mamedyarov might not go for this because of queen f5, but what other move to play is the question. Mamedyarov, if he doesn't move the knight, he wants to exchange on the e file. I mean, what does he play? What does Mamedyarov do now is the question here. Guys, Mamedyarov is still thinking. He is not willing to move his knight because of queen f5. Let's also look very quickly at the game of Carlsen. Okay, also Magnus under some pressure, huh? Bishop d3, attacking this pawn. If I take, if you take, I'll take back, I'll be better. So bishop d5, d takes c3, queen takes, queen f5, hitting the rook and coming out of the pressure. So that seems good for MVL. Aryan Tari here under some pressure against Anish from quite some time. Labdi Mehta, thank you for becoming pillar of Indian chess. That's the highest tier membership. Thank you so much, Labdi. It's very, very kind of you. Everyone who becomes a member here, we are able to support more players from Indian chess. So thank you all. One player a month. And also a few days ago when we had little Charvi on stream, we were able to, many of you gave super chats for her and we reserved the full amount for her so that she can get chess materials. Although YouTube does cut 30% there, we did not cut that, so she can buy whatever she wants of that full 32,000 rupees that you sent. So in bit by bit, you guys are enabling to power many chess players through ChessBase India, and we're also working on the website of Help Chess, that is our Help Chess Foundation, so that where everything would be done in a more structured way. All of the initiatives would be mentioned there, all of the people who are supporting and so on. So it's one of our most close to heart projects in ChessBase India, the ChessBase India foundation called Help Chess. Okay, Wang Hao Radjabov draw incoming very soon, I think. Just maybe this bishop can't move, but I think you can go bishop e7 at the very least. Or no, bishop e7, knight d5. Saradi Salim, thank you for becoming the backer of Indian chess. Thank you so much. Isn't nd5 great for Mamedyarov p plus? But knight d5. This time it works, yeah. Take, and what's the move here, guys? White to play. What is a strong move here? Naveen Rahangdale says, I bought one chessboard set today. Delivery time was super fast. Special thanks for that. Thank you so much. It's one of those products which everyone loves once they buy, and we have had many good reviews on that. So thank you all. Yes, the move that all of you have found, Deborshi Das, Aryan Sharma, Mainak Das, Bhrugu Das. Everyone Das got right answers. Yeah, here Vistar Sharma, Darshan Borole, Scientist Anirudh, Kuldeep Pathak, Roshan Tiwari, Mudasir Faiz, Advik, Aryan Raj, Aryan Sharma, Vidit Jain, Sendil Nathan. Excellent. The move I was looking for is Queen b5, hitting the rook and the knight and the pawn. And c6 I can take here. Notice how if the knight was here on g6, then queen takes f3 was a threat, king takes f3 and knight h4 mate. But with the knight on d5, you can go only here and I can just take it, and it's playable for white. So after bd2, still Mamedyarov has not made his move. He's thought for a long time here. Oh, he's played his move now. He's played his knight to g6, and Vishy, I think, has to play queen f5. Queen f5 has to be played. What about rook e4, says Benjamin. Let's say you go rook e4. That's an interesting move because after rook e4, queen e4, it's not easy to get the other rook to e8 and protect it. Well, like king f8 maybe with the idea of rook e8, but then you have rook e1. So rook e4, maybe the right way to continue is queen rook e6. And if rook e1, and then bishop takes a3 is definitely something to watch out for. It's a free pawn. I think she has to find queen f5, guys. Otherwise, he would be in trouble. Queen f5, then the main thing is that the knight does not get the f4 square. That is the main point there. What about king g1? Well, if you play king g1, then let's say I take, you take, then maybe bishop f4 I was thinking, but why don't we win a simple pawn? Yeah, pawn up. So remember that pawn is also hanging, and one of the threats is to take on e1, and then take on a3. Oh, look at this move by Anish Giri here. c4. He's like two pawns looking on these squares, but there's a pin here, so I can play it. If you take, I'll take here. If you take, I can take on d6. I can take on c4. Also, queen b7 just seems crushing enough. Take, and take. White is winning here. So Anish plays a very good move c4 here. Carlsen MVL, what we discussed has happened after cd4, bishop b5, dc3, and queen c3 played by Magnus. It seems like this position should be around equal, and MVL should play queen f5 here to attack this undefended rook on b1. Hari and Vidit both drew, guys, today. Oh, Vishy. What? What? Vishy played queen b5? What? Oh my god. Did Vishy miss it? Did Vishy miss queen f3? Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Roshan had suggested that tactic, and Vishy has just fallen for it. Anand has blundered big time, guys. And all those who have tuned in right now, can you see what Mamedyarov is going to play? I'm sure Vishy has also spotted it. What a big blunder. What a big blunder. Oh. But will Mamedyarov miss it? Joshi Dhruv, how much money does Sagar get from Super Chat and how much does Chessbase? What? Chessbase France. No, not Chessbase France. It's in Germany. Queen b5. Mamedyarov is, what is he thinking? Why is Mamedyarov not playing this move? Guys, has Mamedyarov? Yes, this move is for real, guys. This has happened. Look on our right uh, here, sorry, here, this board. This is the real board. And Mamedyarov not playing the move. What if Mamedyarov has not spotted it? Ah, he just resigned, huh? Vishy just resigned. Or what? Oh, he just resigned. Yeah, exactly. It's not tough to spot. I agree. But it's just that Mamedyarov wasn't playing here. Saurashish Das, thank you for becoming pillar of Indian chess. Thank you so much. Vishy, as chat is mentioning, has resigned. But look at this mate, guys. Take, take, and checkmate. That hurts. That just hurts. Completely. No? Is Mamedyarov still thinking? Yeah, Mamedyarov won. Vishy played this move and I think he resigned. Just said, what? What did I just miss? Yeah, we all saw it, but Vishy didn't see it. Chess is so brutal, says Manasvi Mishra. You do everything right in a tournament and then one mistake. Oof. Yeah. Yeah, Sun Tzu, thank you for your super chat. I mean, Vishy could have gone Queen F5 here and it was a draw. I mean, not a draw, but it's an equal position. Slightly worse. But he just missed. What a tactic, no? But it's like beautiful. And actually, it's so difficult to think even that these three pieces can weave such a mating net. Yeah, it's a beautiful checkmate. It does remind me of this. I mean, this is a very simple one, but I have covered this in Learn from Classics episode 2, if I'm not wrong. Petrosian versus Pacman. And do check it out. It's very nice. And actually, it's a similar concept. Petrosian versus Pacman, or yeah, I think so. It's that one only. Let me just pull that out for you guys so that you can uh, learn a bit from that game. It's a very nice one. It's a very beautiful game, actually. That one. Let me show you. Want to see, guys? Yeah. Well, current standings are still the same, right? Because Magnus is still playing. So these are the standings. Oh, Mamedyarov overtakes. Wow. Will Mamedyarov win the tournament? Anand's last round opponent is Aryan Tari. So Anand has good chances in the last round, but I mean, if Magnus, I think Magnus might draw today and then go to Armageddon, and then he might. I don't know what will happen, but if he scores 1.5, he'll be on 15. Vishy winning the last round still has chances, so there are still some chances. It's not over. but this is what I wanted to show you guys. So here's the game. Queen b5. Petrosian is white. He takes the pawn. a5. Bishop d6. Bishop f6. Queen f3. King g7. And here's the move. White to play and win. Magnus losing is also possible, guys. It's very much possible. We can have a look at that game before. Yep, queen takes f6. Correct. Dattu Di, Shivam, Roshan, Anuj, Kalamiri, Himang, Anil Thakur. You take here, just like how in this game. Take, and then bishop e5, and then king g5. And here's a key move. White to play. If you don't find this move, there is no point of sacrificing the queen. This is the key moment. Shriya Revankar, well done, Shriya. Namit Bir Singh Walia, very good. Saksham Call, Satik Chess, Gautam Sandeep, Sudeep, excellent. Bishop g7, very important move, cutting off the king from coming back to here and here. And now this king is going to get mated. Do whatever you want, but let's say I can go h4, then bishop f3 is mate here. It's over. Rook g8, f4 or h4 was also winning. Knight e5, bishop f3 and mate. So this was relatively, more moves, but in Vishy's game it was not even so many moves. He just blundered out of the blue in this position. He played queen b5, and I don't even know what exactly would have happened. I think Anand would have just realized that he's blundered here with queen f3, and he didn't even let Mamedyarov finish his move. He just resigned. After king f3, knight h4 is checkmate. What a game. What a game, actually. Good game by Mamedyarov also. And Vishy couldn't find his feet in this one, but he'll be back tomorrow. We'll be back tomorrow. Today, quite short games to be fair. Like Vishy losing very quickly in like 2 hours, 15 minutes. Vidit drawing in like 15-20 minutes. Okay, his opponent thought maybe 1 hour, but his opponent thought for like 59 minutes out of that 1 hour. Harikrishna's game also ending a bit prematurely. So guys, get some rest, get some sleep, and I'll see you all tomorrow. While going out, let me just play an ad for you in case you're looking for something to improve your chess. And all these analysis and games that I show you are on ChessBase 16 and Mega Database. So maybe you would like to get it for yourself.
ChessBase 16 is a powerful software where you can save your games and analyze them. You can also create databases and manage them. It's a powerful tool for any serious chess player and is used by all the top grandmasters in the world of chess, be it Carlsen, Anand, or any other tournament player. The best database that works along with ChessBase 16 is Mega Database 2022. The database opens inside of ChessBase and has over 9.2 million games, with over 100,000 of them being analyzed and annotated by top grandmasters across the world. The biggest advantage of this database is that you can search any position and get to know who has played it before with the reference feature. You can also prepare professionally against your next opponent, which will help you to gain precious rating points in your next tournament. Get the ChessBase 16 and Mega Database now. Link is in the description.
Okay guys, that was it. And finally, I'll play one last ad and then I'll call it a night. Thank you all. Bye bye. The links are in the description for this. First one is ChessBase 16 and Mega Database. The second one is
In a world that is going increasingly digital, it's sometimes nice to hold things in your hand. The ChessBase India Premium Chess Set is our attempt to give you a great feel of playing chess in real life. The first thing we wanted to ensure was that the product was of the best possible quality. When you buy the ChessBase India Premium Chess Set, you get a chessboard, high quality chess pieces, a bag for the pieces, a bag for the chessboard as well. All of this is carefully packed so that when we courier it to you, you receive it in the best possible condition. We take pride in the fact that the chess sets are manufactured in India. Here are some features of the premium chess set. It is 96 standard weighted and felted set of Staunton design. Fine crafted, high class plastic pieces of 3.75 inches height. Total weight of the pieces is around 800 grams. Usual pieces are around 300 to 400 grams. You have 2 extra queens included. 55mm by 55mm high quality vinyl board with notation with ChessBase India logo in the corner and a leatherite finish. You have 2 flat nylon drawstrings for the board and pieces with the ChessBase India logo. It is also a perfect product to gift your loved ones. We also have gift wrapping options in the ChessBase India shop. So what are you waiting for? Get your hands on the ChessBase India Premium Chess Set and challenge someone to a game of chess in real life. Link is in the description.
Okay guys, I just don't want to go away so quickly. Just I'm also feeling a little bit bad after that checkmate. So let's just look at a couple of more things before I leave. Let's first look at Magnus's game. What's happening there? Seems around equal. And Mamedyarov didn't see it. Asked Vishy why he resigned at the time. Vishy felt so bad after that move. What? No, Oh, Mamedyarov would have found it, no, but he didn't. He had not seen Queen F3. Ah. It reminds me of those situations where in cricket, like you just have edged the ball and it goes to the wicket keeper or to the wicket keeper, and the umpire hasn't given the decision and you start walking back to the pavilion. Something like that, right? I mean, of course he would have found. I can't believe that he wouldn't have found it because it was mate in like 2. But yeah, I know everyone wanted Vishy to win for sure. But it happens. Well, since C4 has been played, no move has been made by Aryan for a long time. Knight a5, queen c3, knight c4, knight c4, we take c4, queen takes c4. You take here, I take here. Okay, maybe castles. I guess he can play this way. You were saying that there's this Pragnananda event, right? Let's just quickly see. I think Prague was and also Prague Festival Challengers between Shashikiran lost to Vincent Keimer. Maybe a tough day for Indian. What sort of a move is Rook e2? Wow. Yeah, I mean, I think he wants to do like d4, but first Rook e2, d3, d4. I mean, come on. Shashikiran had a decent position, yeah, clearly. But with this move, f5 maybe not the best. Yeah, somehow he lost material, and here he lost a couple of pawns. Also, one more big upset is Stochek, Giri Stochek beating Hans Niemann. The position was around equal. Ooh, bishop a4, knight d8, rook d8, rook a1. Oh, this is what he missed. Huh? Just resigned. Bishop h4 is coming. Wow. Big upsets happening in the tournament, of course. And yeah, well, let's look at quickly what Pragnananda is doing. I think he was leading in Norway Open A. This is the last round or what today? No, round 8. They're on round 8. Prague playing against Viktor Mikhalevsky, and he is winning. Aha, finally, something to cheer about. So, how did this happen? All standard. Yeah, this I have played before with black. Takes rook e1, bishop g4, a4. This inclusion of a4. So there is one way to play here, which is knight d2. And then knight b6, bishop b3, queen d3, knight e5. And there's also this inclusion of the move a4, a5, and then doing this same stuff. And I think both of them have a difference here with a4, a5. So I just want to show this to you guys. Maybe for the ones who are very serious chess players should benefit out of this. Those who are just watching it for fun can also learn something. e4, e4, e5, knight f3, knight c6, bishop c4, bishop c5, c3, knight f6, d3, castles, d5, take, rook e1, bishop g4. And now you see the main move is h3 on knight bd2. But now of late, a4. And I think Firouzja has been playing it. You see, Firouzja has played 3 games. So also this Aronian game is there on ChessBase India. This game from World Blitz. Very nice game. This was the final round actually, which helped Firouzja, I think, win the bronze medal. So a4, a5. And the difference is that after, let's say, h3, bishop h5, knight d2, knight b6, bishop here, queen d3, knight e5, queen f5, and ef3. You reach one position is this that you reach here. And the other position which you reach is without the inclusion of this. So let's say here h3, bishop h5, knight d2, knight b6, bishop b5 there. That's the difference. They play bishop b5 more. Bishop b3 is also played. Queen d3, knight e5, queen f5, knight f3, rook a d8. And there is a difference here because in this line after queen e2, queen c8, this square is not as weak, this one on b5. So if I look at the evaluation of this position, it would be slightly better for white. And then I try to look at the evaluation of this position, and it's almost decisive for white. Just because a4, a5 was included. Queen b5. Very safe square here. Whereas in the variation which we were looking here, without a4, a5, if you play queen b5, then knight d7, maybe here, white is still fighting in the game. I mean, white is winning in that position with a4, a5 included here with queen b5. Okay. So, guys, Shakhriyar Mamedyarov is right now leading the tournament out of the blue. He has... but we were looking at Prague game. Queen c8. Oh, this happened actually. Queen b5 in the game. Wow. All Prague prep, huh? Prague powerful prep by Prague. Bishop g6, knight g5, knight c5, take. Queen has to. If you take on e6, I'll take with the knight and fork. So you play queen a8, bishop c7. If you take bishop c7, then there is queen takes c5. So you play knight e6, bishop e6, knight g5. You are at least a pawn up and also completely just better. Prague will win this. b4, b5, and rook d8. So Prague will win, and I think that's a good news. And meanwhile, many of you are very keen on seeing what Magnus is doing, so that whether Anand will still have chance or not. Right now, it seems like Magnus is under some pressure. But I think most likely this will end in a draw and go to Armageddon. Okay, guys, I'll now take your leave. Thank you all for staying back. Do follow this game, and let's hope that Vishy still has chances. These are the standings before I leave. Mamedyarov leading, Carlsen 13.5, Anand on 13. MVL, if he beats Magnus, will also reach 14.5. Wesley 11, Topalov 8.5, Aryan Tari 8.5, Anish on 8, Wang Hao 5.5, Radjabov on 5. For now, guys, bye bye. Take care. Good night.